1989, everything was going fine in the playoffs all the time. Stanley Cup on our minds. In 96, NHL tried a quick fix. Took a team down to Arizona, sand and ice don't mix. Make it stay now, Portage and Maine now. We got ice in our veins. Phoenix love their driving range, but 15 years have passed. So you know, poor fat, they'll be back at last. 'Cause this is a plan of attack. 'Cause this is our game.
Oh shit, I forgot I must mute it.
Let's bring it back. Dance, dance, we're dancing game. We are the Winnipeg Jets, the White Brigade. Dance, 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 we're dancing game. We are the Winnipeg Jets, the White Brigade.
This. Have everything picked. Volume. Yes. Yes. Well, this. Oh, boy. Wait. Oh. Yoink. Shit.
Those who die today die heroes.
Yeah, that guy tried sniping. I don't know why he did that.
Turret set.
Walker in position, ready to breach the base. Fall back to the interior.
Oh yeah, it's triple XP.
The rebels will do anything to capture us and this base, but the evacuation will take time. All forces stand and fight for the Empire, for what's left of it.
I should have no heroes.
Caught him by surprise. Deploying turret.
Rebel attack! Trying to entrench!
Coughing? Yep. Cock? Yep.
Our adversaries are rebels. We are soldiers.
It's Dex's daily come comment on stuff. Dex just comes in every stream, just says something and then just leaves. Right? Am I right? That's a yep cock.
They're making a final push. Time we made ours.
It's okay. It's okay, Dex. You got your quota now.
Lost the base. We're surrounded.
Dex, you got your quota. You got your quota of coming in every time I'm streaming just to say something, and then you leave. You're done your quota. You got your quota. You know. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Oh yeah, I gotta keep you updated. That. What do you mean? You're on. I can see you on Discord. I'll say I know you're live. Although you ditched so hard. What do you mean? You ditched me. I asked you to play something with me. All you said was no. I don't want to play this. I don't want to play that. That's why I'm playing this. I asked you so many times to play something with me. You said no. Probably, I don't know. So as an see, every time I ask you something, you just like you don't even acknowledge what I asked you. See, that's what happens. You don't even acknowledge what I said. Probably, I don't know though. Question is, are you still gonna be playing your Borderlands or whatever Far Cry shit? I see on Discord. I see on Discord.
Master Kenobi is now fighting the enemy must die.
I see what games you play on Discord. I can see. I don't see no GTFO on there. Of course I will. Yeah, that's all you play. Dead by Daylight. Did you even get Dead by Daylight? Yeah, every time I ask you any, you just like, you just change the question to something else. You're like, huh? Hey Dex, are you playing GTFO? Dex, hey, did you hear about this game? That's exactly what happens. Every time. Finish load. Dude, is the levels even hard? You want to carry me? I finished the levels. You want to carry me through all the rundowns? It's even hard.
The enemy back and prepare for phase 3. Besiege the palace and override the door control systems. No organic soldiers.
Just carry me. That's all you need.
Seize the throne room before reinforcements arrive. My strategy is flawless. Do not fail to execute it.
Hey Carrot, how's it going? Oh Dexter, are you gonna carry me though? Super easy compared to R2 finished it 5 days after release? Dude, how come R2 was so hard then? Dude, how do you finish that in 5 days? I'm doing pretty good, Carrot. How about you? Dude, R2, like, people on Reddit were saying how R2 was so hard. How do you finish R3 so quick?
An ally has arrived. Coordinate attacks.
Oh, what the fuck? Carrot, I still haven't uploaded the video, by the way, but I did make made a thumbnail for it, so I'm hopefully gonna upload it tomorrow morning or so. I'm too good, honestly. Dude, Dex. Biotron. Dude, Dex, just carry me and see what happens. Let's see if I can play this. Let's see if I can know how to still play the game or not. I want to see if I can still, like, if I understand the game or not. I want to really see if I still know what I'm doing in the game.
A Jedi has been spotted. Looks like Kenobi.
I really want to see if I can still play the game. If I, like, know everything. Because I remember we used to play, like, 4 hours of that just for one run. Like, couple runs just trying to beat it. Are you kidding me? Carrot, did you play any more today? Did you level up anything today? Next rundown? Because I really got bored of that rundown. No, I meant like this rundown. Like R3 or whatever. When is the next rundown? Dude, not gonna lie, the game has gotten boring. Like, it's basically the same thing, you just different objectives. Like all purple star on it. Oh, nice. How long did that take? 1 game? 2 games? Dude, I'm not even sure if I want to, like... Dude, I think I got kicked out of the bug testing, so... I also think fire. Oh, you did all day? Oof. Oof. All day, that's a big task. Also, I think Dex, I think fire like unfollowed me or something. 'Cause
Kenobi has joined.
he hasn't removed me from his Discord yet, but Discord-wise, his Discord is like a best.
Establishing control of the throne room.
Delivering praise. Good work.
Carrot, how long have you were you like up the whole day playing it? Like whole morning, I meant.
Grenade out. Who's that? Some kind of Republic hero?
Almost? Damn. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I play it ever again. I mean, I don't know if I really want to get back into GTFO, because it's basically the same stuff over and over and over and over.
Lord has joined us. Maul is here.
Dude, what the hell? Gotta like bounce back and forth. Almost. Damn. That's dedication carrot. Aerial and infiltrator. I don't know, Dex. I don't think I want to play it again. Unless they step up the game design, I probably pass. Dude, I feel like their game design has like... it hasn't progressed or anything. It's basically just the same stuff. Find objectives,
That's not a clone. Who's that?
go back to leave. It's rinse and repeat, basically. That's why I got bored of it, sort of. That's basically why really, that's why after like, you know, like second rundown came out, I got bored. Because I feel like the game design is just, I don't know. You have all these bugs and stuff, they still don't fix it. Like, what do you do? I don't know. I really don't know. Like, it was a really, like, GTFO, the concept is fun, but, like, the new rundowns is just, I don't know. Like, yeah, you can have a very good, like, game, but, like, if the game design is just repetitive over and over, it's not fun. Like, basically, the maps were all the same, just rearranged differently, and you're trying to do the objective over and over. Same. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's more games that you can play, right? Like, literally every time I played GTFO, like Rundown 2, it's literally the same thing over and over. You enter in, hack stuff. Okay, we got to smash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. You know, it's the same thing. Like, whereas other games, you know, there's different varieties. I don't know. I just didn't like playing GTFO. Like, yeah, we had our shits and giggles. Like, oh, we had our fun moments and stuff. But like, I don't know. After Rundown 2, I was like, oof. Like, I don't know. And like, I can't really delve into much, but like, what happened? But like, what the fuck is this? But like, basically, like, their feedbacks are just like people complaining and just not listening. So it's like, what do you do? Like, there's so many bugs that they don't fix. Like, I literally messaged one of the mods. I'm like, dude, you guys really need to fix this. They don't fix it. And then when other people go to, oh, sorry, I'm like, dude, like, remember that bug where like we finished the rundown and, you know, they're like, oh, sorry. I was like, really? Like, that like the rundown bug, like, you've completed that so many times and you still get that bug. I remember I had to redo like the entire rundown just to unlock the other rundown. Like, ugh, so dumb. Like, yeah, the devs are really good. Like, they designed like Payday and all that stuff, but like, I don't know. It's just so many bugs. Like they release such a buggy game. I know it's in like what, alpha or beta or whatever, but I should stop ranting about it, but you know, my take on the game. But yeah, Dex, if you ever want to play something else like GTA Online, like you promised,
The Empire's been tipped off about us
or
selling
Borderlands, I don't know, something,
We have to
not
hold the
like whatever you
strongholds back while we
promised
ready an
with your
evacuation.
GTA lies or
Not
whatever.
leaving
I
our
don't know.
people behind. Delay the enemy at the junkyard and cantina, and remember the civilians. We're fighting at someone's home.
Rally soldiers, we stand together. We got covering fire. Grenade out.
Hostiles in the cantina!
Without us, the Rebel Alliance falls. Grenade out.
Enemies in the junkyard!
Keep them fighting. Keep them scared.
For the Rebel Alliance.
Oh wow, my bird actually went down. What the heck?
Turret ready.
Someone in there? What? I hit him.
They're inside the cantina.
We stand together.
Force them
Oh
out.
my god, I threw
Make
that
them earn
myself.
every meter.
We're getting Jedi support. Luke Skywalker is here.
We'll bring this Empire down. Turret ready.
Okay. I mean, I think we're doing good in this. So,
Rally soldiers, we stand together.
I just got 8 lectures. This free game, dude. On console? Well, obviously console. Yeah, I forgot.
Anyone out there? We're losing the junkyard!
Nice. Yeah, I think Apex is something I would want to play, but I just no, it's not crossplay. I think we had this conversation yesterday too.
On the ground!
Unfortunately, it's not crossplay,
Transport's
but it's
ready to
fun.
launch. Get aboard. We're all leaving Tatooine together.
We can play Warzone. Just saying. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to download Warzone because it's a huge file that I have to download too. I don't know how many. I don't know how big it is. I think it's a couple gigs or so. No, I'm sorry. I don't have a console. I don't know. Probably when the PS5 comes out. I don't know. But it's gonna be expensive. Like $500, I think. That or like the one. Yeah. I thought it wasn't. I have to Google it, but I'm pretty sure it's not crossplay. But we can. Apex isn't, but we can do. I mean, Warzone is, but it's a big game that I have to download. Like huge. I think it would take me a whole day to like. I would get off tonight, download it, probably won't be finished by tomorrow, like morning or something like that. I sent you my PS4 phone. I'm not touching. Yeah, right, Dex. You know how much shipping it is from the EU all the way to Canada? Crazy shipping. Dude, Dex, do you even Dex, do you even touch your PS4? I'm super curious. Dude, Dex, what are games that you can play with me? Because, okay, I asked you about GTA and you see, that proves my theory correct. You literally ignored my GTA thing. I literally say, hey Dex, you wanna do some GTA? Next thing you know, he goes super quiet. That seriously just proves my theory, right, Dex? It's okay if you don't want to play GTA with me. If you don't want to play GTA with me, it's okay, I understand.
Charges planted at the fuel supply.
Did I mean, Dex, how much did you buy your PS4 for? Like your Pro for? Very curious.
They got to the fuel supply. Can't detonate.
Gonna charge the turbo laser. Bomb counting down.
God damn it. God of War, and trying it mainly, also Horizon, that's about it. Dude, are you gonna try the new Horizon? New Horizon Dawn game?
Can't detonate the turbo laser. Bomb's offline.
Might play the Ghost. Dude, everyone's playing it right now.
Good one. Waiting order.
Everyone's playing that game right now. Yeah, they're in a hero, that's why.
Explosive ready.
They got you in their sight.
Wiring the fuel supply. Should flow nicely.
Oh my god.
Fuel supply charges offline.
sure the charge is on.
I haven't crashed yet. Oh shit! Fuck! Okay, well. Dude, how expensive is that game though? I see so many people like playing it right now.
Fuel supply in sight. Priming charges.
Man. You're pretty good at this game. Yep. That's a yep. I spoke way too soon about flying though.
Elite First Order agent on site.
Stay with the fuel supply. Just a little longer, then come the fireworks.
That feels bad. Can I get another one? Everyone's playing it right now. I'll be so high crashed.
Demolition team's doing good. Fuel supply nearly ready to blow.
Don't let me play.
They cleared the fuel supply.
I just want to fly.
We're too late. Starkiller's firing and reinforcements are coming.
Dude, Dex, isn't it your bedtime already? It's like 2, 3 a.m. already for you? Or are you just watching my stream so you can fall asleep easier? Oh, I'm funny. And oh wow. This is us, right? Oh shit, it is. Dude, all of us just
The
got
enemy is evacuating. We can clean up the base. We've lost this battle.
triple XP. Ah, triple XP, I forgot. It is Tuesday yet.
With With the Death Star gone, the fleet is withdrawing and this moon is crawling
Sure.
with rebels. We need to evacuate the base and withdraw to another system. It's my call now, and I accept the facts. The rebels are trying to hijack a walker to use against us. Delay them as long as you can. Do not let them override critical systems. They'll
Can we go the
target
other way?
positions.
Like this way? No. Okay.
Grenade up! We're losing access to the main computer.
I'm reloading! I can't see!
Fight for the peace and the Empire. Rebels overriding
Dude, the thing is like
Walker Base control.
super delayed or something. What the hell? It, like died right after I shot it.
Bombs ready. Walker Bay control is inoperative. Rebels are overriding. We will bring security to the galaxy. Walker Bay systems functioning again.
Well, as no one flanks right there, we should be good. Or over there too. Dude, no one turned around. Wait, hold up. Oh my goodness, no one turned around there.
Rebels at the main computer!
When no one turned. I think they were just super busy.
Fuel station control compromised.
Fuel station clear! Override offline!
Okay. Hello, game? Oh.
Rebel leader on site.
Okay. I'm bad. We're both bad.
An agent of the Empire has landed to assist.
Okay, I'm definitely dead here. There's so many of them. I can't even.
Rebels at the fuel station, stalling an override.
Fuel station fully operational
All the
again!
guns ready. Grenade up.
Enemy is transferring control of the Walker Bay!
Okay.
Walker Bay systems under attack. Fight for peace and the Empire. Throwing grenade.
Fuel station compromised! Override detected!
Walker coming online. The rebels have their weapon. Withdraw and prepare to defend.
Follow me. Ready, sir. Turret ready.
The AT-AT will move directly toward our base. I want it intercepted before it arrives. Use the rebels' tactics against them. Arm with rockets and fire on the walker.
Counting down.
Walker's not slowing down.
Wait, it's already at 50. What the hell?
Fight for peace and the Empire.
Oh, okay. I thought the
Get clear. To victory. Follow me. Water gun ready.
oh my god, orbital strike.
Specialized combatant deployed to assist.
Hello, game?
We're detecting major damage to the walker. Maintain the barrage.
What for trap?
Stop shooting the Ewoks! Stop shooting the Ewoks!
Never thought we'd be shooting walkers. Scatter before it returns fire.
We have heroes already? What the heck? Damn. Dude, how's it already at 41? The heck?
AT-AT absorbing fire. They aren't ready for the fire that comes next.
Yoink.
Inferno is coming for you.
Wait, one Vanguard hits me? What? Okay, well, they're too busy trying to kill the stuff, I guess.
Shooting our own walker. No glory today.
Fight for peace and the Empire!
Boba Fett is here. That should give us an edge.
Signal from command. We have an elite operative on site.
Rocket on target! Walker preparing to retaliate!
Rebel forces defeated.
They were so busy at the back, I don't know what they were
It's
doing.
time we left Endor behind.
Like, I don't know. They're just at the back chilling. Sniping, I don't know. Dude, he was just in the ATS 18 entire game. Okay, 200. Hold up. Fuck the 3. Omega lol. Never mind, I'm not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. No. Come on, me no. The heck? Back up the allied both honorable. Noise. Noise. Oh. You might go. Very happy. Disruption. One shot. There you have. I'm just gonna find a new lobby, I guess. Wow, 5200, right on the dot. That's good math right there. Oh. Yeah, in the pool. It'll be fun, I guess. Grind out on. Chic. I guess. Or I just can't hear anything. Yeah. Damn. How many people? Still need 2 more.
Today's glorious strategy involves the taking of Kashyyyk. While our fleet strikes from orbit, ground
Oh
units
my
will prevent
God.
enemy ships from launching. That is your role. You will escort approaching ship transport, protect the MTT from clone troopers deploying ion disruptors.
Terminate the remain or be deactivated.
What's he shooting?
Roger, roger. Grenade out. The clones are shooting a transport.
What the hell? My mouse stopped working! At first, my mouse stopped working. And everything just literally just fell apart from there. Oh god, I'm lagging now.
Good aim. Republic is damaged at MTT. Top tier ally landing.
Where the heck are they? 10 out of 10 sniper gameplay right here, which is basically nothing at all. Snipers don't have one per team. Probably have a lot actually.
Transport hit.
There's a couple over there.
Ion weapons penetrating MTT defenses.
No. Dude, we have a lot.
Republic hero on site.
Alright, that was just a little delayed on my part. Wait, why is there such a delay? What the heck? What the heck? Secure areas and stuff. Someone right over there. Dude. Yeah, switch it up actually. Push the other gun, I guess. Not hitting it.
Damage to one transport.
Yoink. Still there.
Wow, our new enemy sure is strong.
Both MTTs at checkpoint 3.
You start running around and shoot at someone? Dude, I am Dex! So Dex, are you just gonna answer my question though? Or are we gonna play are we gonna play GTA sometime? Dude, I am. This map is literally, it's just like grassy. Everyone just hides behind it. Oh. Shoot it. Well, it's not my fault the map is so grassy and shit.
Running stealth routines.
probably die here too. What do I do with this? Oops. Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, Dex. There's nothing here to kill for me. No stone? Nope. That's funny. That is funny. Dude, this map is like, you basically have to run around and shoot shit. No, I'm saying though, would you want... Dude, you promised me that we would play... You promised me that we would play GTA. Dex and Broken Promises. Name a more iconic duo. I'll give you 10 seconds. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing.
Assassination protocols online.
Because Dex always never keeps his promise.
The clones are shooting a transport.
Hunt the clones.
Because Dex never keeps his promise. Oof. That's a big oofa. Yeah, because you're playing Far Cry 3 at the moment. Omega lol!
Ion damage to one transport. Activating turret. Ion weapons penetrating MTT defenses.
Dex and Broken Promises. He never keeps his promises. It's always broken promises by Dex. Because that's what Dex does. Broken promises. Shoot. Shoot. Shoot.
MTT in position. Efficiency rating passable. Call the clones while I assess our next step. We must prepare for our attack on the cruiser. Target the two Juggernaut turbo tanks protecting the ship and detonate their
Dex
control
and
centers.
his broken promises.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble.
Dex and his broken promises. Hold up. Wink.
Charges aboard the West Juggernaut.
Do not permit the clones to interfere. Final countdown aboard the West Juggernaut.
Good luck.
Gang.
A powerful enemy has
Do do
joined
do
the
do
battle.
do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do.
Grenade armed. Activating strategic control
Boink.
circuits.
Boink. Get the launcher.
Exterminate the Republic forces. Explosive set. East Juggernaut counting down.
Oh, whatever. What the fuck?
Targeting grenade. Republic has resecured the East Turbo Tank. Activating turret.
Yoink. Oh my god, that is the worst time for me to hear that. Hold up. Oh, shit. Hey, Slasher 2027. Slasher 2027. How's it going? Thanks for the follow.
Guard yourself.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Watch their eyes.
We have grenades everywhere.
Shed blood as one.
Oh god, so lit. What the hell's hitting me? What? Oh, we still got that. The heck? For a second. Oh, he did. He did. Nope. Oh, that's our team.
That's not a clone. Who's that? Activating turret.
Oh shit, I went to the wrong one.
Wind grenade deactivated.
Are we still struggling with this?
We
Am I
are
good at?
getting support from General Grievous himself.
Grenade out. Charges planted on the East Juggernaut. Activating strategic control circuit. Grenade armed.
We will try to slash him. Hit him, hit him, hit him.
The clones disarmed the East bomb.
Really? Oh, Mark General. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
forces are diminished, and the Republic cruiser is ready to launch. The operation has failed.
What? Hold up. He's still playing Far Cry 3. He's still playing Far Cry 3. Okay, last. Hack and slash. Hack and slash. Come on, there has to be another map. Nope. 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 There has to be. And she can't be the only one, right? Come on. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the game to fill up. It's bound to give me something else. Oh, I do. Okay, stop giving me. Okay, she can't be the only. Oh, great, not bad. Yep. Really?
Ion disruption confirmed. Protect our ATM-6 from resistance ambushes.
Heck?
Push forward. Annihilate anything in our way. position in the mine hangar control zone.
Gonna peek again? Gonna peek again? Hold on. Alright. Where's the peek?
Unidentified elite reinforcements. Careful, squads. An elite operative is deployed. The order provides.
Okay.
Capture squad, secure the hangar.
Okay. I'll buy that. Game, hello?
Unidentified resistance commander on site.
Our control of the mine hangar will soon be complete. Shuttles destroyed. Now to cut off their final escape route. Holder!
Got away.
Close in. Keep the resistance from sealing the blast doors by destroying the power consoles.
New ally on site. The resistance should be afraid.
Wait.
Top resistance agent spotted. Be warned.
Man, I can't see anything.
Top resistance agent on site. Priority target.
Consider that generator wrecked.
Give me cover.
Dude. dude. The teammate over there shooting that, I can barely see anything.
Unidentified elite reinforcements. Careful, squads.
2 generators down. Finally, the resistance have nowhere left to run. Our revenge is at hand.
Two rocket troopers. Shoot. One, crap. Hold up. getting sniped. What? Destroyed it.
Turret in place.
I'm dead here. Yoink. Double yoink.
Walker head! Walker head!
We were so close. The second walker is in range of the base. Withdraw and prepare to defend the hangars. The evac is proceeding, but the enemy is sending ground troops. Defend the hangars. If we lose here, they'll trap us in fuel storage.
Well, that's a yikes.
Grenade out.
Oh my dude. Have it just holding it.
Grenade out. We stand together.
Vader has come. Beware.
Damn, they flanked at the right time. Why we can do this?
We're getting help from that smuggler, Solo.
Grenade deployed.
Emergency in the west hangar!
You're on the other side.
Some kind of special combatant on the ground.
East hangar under fire. Bring this Empire down. Grenade deployed.
Bosk has come here to hunt. Watch out.
Turrets on.
Boink.
You are endearing.
Do you know what I am?
Yoink, you're dead.
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground!
Without us, the Rebel Alliance falls.
West hangar's coming apart! Enemy forces in the west hangar!
Han Solo has decided to join us.
For the Rebel Alliance.
Try to pull out of the west hangar. Focus on the east side.
We're close. Oh, not in.
Signal from command. The transports are ready. The rebellion will not be beaten today.
I didn't reach it. Oh, strength. Ooh, I get to play as like Empire. Get to play as Empire. I need to finish that tech after. Lethal diagram G. Imagine if you can start out as that.
Our first attack wave has landed. The rebels are evacuating their base. We will assist in the assault and, once inside, ground their transports. You shall be honored to take part in this operation. 2 walkers will breach the enemy perimeter. Ensure their safety and watch for rebel rocket attacks. Go.
Oh, let's go, let's go! Let's go aim for that over there. Usually there's always people over here on this side. This one's the closest. Yep.
Make room!
What? I thought I got in it. What the hell? Oh my god.
The rebels will break under our boots.
Hello? Dude, that guy is so laggy. What the heck?
Rocket blast. Target the rebels carrying missiles. They're the only true threat. Rocket impact.
The little evil. Shoot me again.
Walkers penetrating the outer perimeter.
We have been joined by Lord Vader.
Shoot me again. Dude, everyone's like crashing right into that.
Walker reporting damage.
That's not true. Should be able to get something. I should be able to get something after this. Wait.
Rocket hit on the walker. Every scratch on those walkers is a mark of shame. You understand?
Command sent us an ally. Now arriving.
Walkers crossing checkpoint 2, halfway to the base.
Water guns ready.
Oh my god.
We will bring security to the galaxy. Grenade ready. Rebels firing on the walker.
Hold up. Option.
We will claim triumph.
stop repairs.
Grenade out.
Walkers penetrating the inner perimeter. Not far to the base.
No uprising can endure against us.
That blast punctured metal!
What?
There is no king.
What the heck?
Walker systems damaged! Walker in range of the base. The first phase of our operation is complete. Now prepare an assault. We need to establish a beachhead. Take the rebel hangars.
What?
We'll stage our final attack from there.
How did that not connect?
We outnumber the rebels in the east hangar.
Priority target. Rebel commander landing. In the west hangar. We have the advantage. Lloyd. West hangar is open to
I
attack.
hit something, what the heck?
Don't give up easy.
Goodness gracious. Boink. It is still in there. Any minute now.
Rebel commander on the battlefield.
Oh my goodness gracious. Dude.
Expect a counterattack in the west hangar.
Wow, we
Hangars secure.
actually
We have
got
orders for
it.
the final phase of our attack.
Holy
Regroup and
moly.
be ready.
Guacamole.
Our mission is to ground the enemy transports by cutting off their fuel supply. Bomb the fueling stations, pipes, and depot. When that is done, the rebels will be trapped.
Lining sensors.
And we will be victorious.
Grenade, out.
Nope. I thought we can play. I thought I can play a hero. Nope.
Heavy gun, powered up. Elite reinforcements arriving.
Wait, I thought I said officer. How come I ended up with this? Heck?
Fight for peace and the Empire. There, bombs out of the pipe.
Wait. I'm gonna be flanking the other.
leader arriving. Fall in.
Current medic. No signal from the pipes. Rebels disarmed the bomb. Fight for peace and the Empire. An agent of the Empire has landed to assist. Deploying grenade.
Detonation imminent. The fueling station will soon be gone.
Really? Everyone literally.
Explosive charging at the fueling station.
You know my price. A gift.
Ah, crap.
All forces fall back. The rebels have finished fueling. Our
They
mission
just
is
backed
over.
out. Molto luoto pizza. Nope. Quite different. Oh. Read that, but okay. Wait, what the heck? Okay. Clearly just got in, right?
The Resistance has escaped. The Imperial droid is gone. Now its secrets belong to the enemy.
Noise. Wait, what? Just wondering why there's two. I didn't get you there, I just got in. One sleep. Oh, that's nice. Everyone basically just said, I'm outie.
Remember the General's words! Fight to the end! Form a perimeter!
Landing pad's getting hot! Reactor control room's under fire!
Placing order gun.
Get some more people to reactor control. Go!
No surrender!
this lobby's like dead. Cool.
They're on the landing pad.
Landing pad slipping away. Just buy me a little more time, all right? This is turning into a bloodbath. Withdraw from the sector. Fall back toward the
I
supply
couldn't
hole. I've got a
see
plan.
anything.
We got evac en route to get us out with a droid buddy, but it's gonna be a while. We should be able to mount a defense at the supply hole. That'll buy us time.
And I need to like, yeah. Okay. Wait. Yeah, that bubble didn't really work.
We're losing ground! Punch him in the nose! Go!
Elite First Order operative on site. Can't get an ID.
This goes on, we're gonna lose the area. They're pouring in. Fall back. We haven't lost yet. We'll head for the ground
Lagging.
exit. If we can hold both of them, either of them long enough, we can hop aboard the transports outside. Not, got one last option.
They won't see me.
We're being forced out of the east side.
Targeting grenade.
Sad.
A new ally just landed. This is our chance.
Shore up the east exit. Let's keep it if we can.
Enemy
Yoink.
operative just landed. Under heavy fire at the west exit.
Why I'm lagging right now?
You've gone too far!
Wink. That was a very terrible thing. Well.
A first order commander has arrived.
Oh my goodness, I got stuck. Right, fine.
An elite order operative is on site.
Sorry for the mess.
He's stuck.
They're securing the west exit! We need more time.
Situation's bad here. West exit's falling fast.
The hell am I getting shot from?
They'll have the west exit blocked in seconds. Go!
First order commander now landing. Can't see who.
First order has blocked both exits. We'll have to retreat, but we are not done. Two transports made it in undetected. They landed in the wreckage. But if the first order gets to them first, they'll detonate them. Protect those ships until we're ready to load the droid and fly.
No surrender!
Oh my god, BB-8 is chilling there.
Turret support ready. Grenade ready.
Resistance special operative arriving on site.
I didn't realize they came in silk.
Go, go, go!
One of our agents just landed. Better than a dozen troops.
Watch out! We shield the helpless with our lives.
Unidentified first order operative on site.
What the heck?
I can feel them.
There is no passion, there is.
Heads down, grenade out.
Get to the starboard transport, disarm that bomb.
Into battle!
Hello there. Your move. I wouldn't stick to it. Jedi.
Elite first order operative on site. Can't get an ID.
Boink. I'm hungry.
With the Death Star gone, the fleet is withdrawing and this moon is crawling with rebels. We need to evacuate the base and withdraw to another system. It's my call now, and I accept the facts. The rebels are trying to hijack a walker to use against us. Delay them as long as you can. Do not let them override critical systems. They'll target 3 positions. Move!
Turret set.
Walker base systems under attack.
Counting down.
Wait, the turret's down?
Follow me.
Walker Bay controls reset. Rebel override offline.
Rebel charge! Fire! Rebel override in place in the Walker Bay. We're losing control. Hostile closing. To victory. Follow me.
Shit! Everybody was dead!
Rebels attacking the computer room. Systems compromised.
Luke Skywalker is here. Vader should be informed.
Get clear.
Walker coming online. The rebels have their weapon. Withdraw
Wait,
and prepare.
let someone
to defend.
leave one hour. Everyone like left.
Rebel commander on the ground.
The AT-AT will move directly toward our base. I want it intercepted before it arrives. Use the rebels' tactics against them. Arm with rockets and fire on the walker.
AT-AT absorbing fire.
Shooting our own walker. No glory today.
Nope. I would, but I'm lagging like crazy. If I didn't hear the enemy spot it, I wouldn't have realized it was right behind me. I'm going the wrong way. I need to go up.
The walker has advanced to checkpoint 1. We only have so much time left.
Problem is I can't pick it up. I'm outie. Oh my goodness gracious.
Calrissian's luck can't last forever. Eliminate him.
Know your failures will be
Grenade out! Turret ready. Fight peace and the Empire.
Cannot hide.
Walker halfway to the base. Use the caves for cover.
Oh, that was worth it.
The Empire's new order is eternal. Specialized combatant deployed to assist. Deploying turret. Grenade up. Rocket hitting home. Today is the rebellion's end. Luke Skywalker has been spotted.
Again? Surprised he didn't even hear me.
Walker hit.
No uprising can endure against us. That rocket left it dead. Bomb ready.
Wait, what?
Walker on final approach. It has to fall now.
How come I didn't hit him? What the heck? I'm gonna die here, I think.
To victory. Follow me.
ATSD, you better come back in. Nope.
Water guns ready and set. Grenade out. Walker taking hits. Turret set.
Colby.
Bosk has arrived. He'll hunt down the rebels for us.
Rocket on target! Walker preparing to retaliate!
Oh yeah, so wait here. Or not, I don't know.
Walker in attack position. All forces fall back to the base. The rebels will send ground troops next. The rebels want us for interrogation. They want our data. They'll capture this place before they destroy it. Evacuation ships are almost ready. We'll take all the troops we can fit. For now, stand and fight.
Apology accepted. Pound forward.
We have reports of Luke Skywalker having joined the battle.
What? Dude! What? I should have just escaped that. Oh well.
We will claim triumph.
They're just like
Elite
peace
Allied
out.
landing. Assist is required.
Make room.
Turret is online. They're driving us out.
How am I still alive here?
Make room. Follow me.
Yeah, at least I can get out of there.
Mortar gun ready.
Got a rebel commander making trouble.
Ah! Dude, I can't see anything. I died like 50 times already, man. Wait. Nice, nice, nice. Oh Oh my god.
Command stand up an ally. Now arriving.
Oh my god, I can't. Okay, I need to stop
They're
it.
making their final push. Time
That's not
we
good,
made ours.
actually. Yeah, that was that. P40. Oh, wait. 40 miles per hour, Lando. Thanks for a follow. Is that correct?
We've lost the
How's it
base.
going?
We're surrounded.
I think that, unless I said it wrong, P40. I don't know. Oh, that amount of target? What? Chased me for like 2 minutes straight. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. Just T40? Oh, okay, how's it going? Yeah, I wasn't sure if I said that correctly. He's not gonna let that go. I'll let it go. He is not gonna let it go. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. My night's pretty good actually. Hanging in there with the battle friends, you know. Good old Battlefront. How about you? You play you obviously play Battlefront too, right? Check that. He's streaming. On PC or console? Okay, he didn't. Okay, he's probably streaming. I'll have to look that up later.
The Alliance is making progress, but we have to do our part to keep up the momentum.
Xbox? I see.
Occupy this outpost on the hardware within.
And you've played for a long time or just recently?
We're short on firepower, but the enemy isn't. So we're going to steal a walker from this supply outpost. Override the main computer, fuel station, and Walker Bay controls, and get ready to ride.
Mines in the area! Protect the area!
Oh man. I'm lagging.
Starting Walker Bay override.
Since launch, then took a break. I see. So you were there when the pay-to-win quote-unquote cards then, right?
Trying to access the bay controls. Grenade out.
I missed. Not even gonna talk about it.
Walker Bay controls offline.
I'm lagging. The good old pay-to-win.
Transferring Walker Bay control.
I remember the cards were. Oh, man. Yeah, at least it kind of sucks that that they what you call it? You provide all the updates and then they're like, yeah, goodbye. Wait, what? That delayed was such a delayed kill.
We have full access to the main computer. Fuel station.
That was
walk
such a
away
delayed
remain
kill.
inaccessible.
That's me for you. Yeah, but anyways, just like how EA, you know, hopefully, you know, are you gonna try out Squadron when it comes out? Wow, no one even killed them. What? Wait, what? What am I getting shot? Dude, I'm definitely like, oh, only if they had like trial. Oh yeah. Well, the joke is it's basically just the trial. The joke is.
Enemy elite on site. Watch out.
Accessing fuel station control.
No. I mean, there's a joke that, I mean, you already have squadrons if you play, Star Wars Battlefront 2. Oh, shit. I hope I get this before.
We're finished with the fuel station. Get to the last target.
Yeah, but that's the... It's like, why do you need squadrons when you have...
It's working. Take control of the Walker Bay.
Good. Keep me apprised.
I know, it's basically just like squadrons. I mean, it's just basically like what you do Starfighter if you play Starfighter and Star Wars Battlefront. Oh god, I'm so far.
They'll try to disable the equipment. Be ready.
Decoupling cables.
We didn't get it. Oh, we got it.
We have full system
I know.
control. Walker coming online.
I need to look at his stream after.
LA landing. Looks like we got a friend.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the joke right now that, you know, basically if you want to play squadrons, you can just do Star Wars Battlefront, Starfighter Assault. But, I mean, everyone has their own opinions about the game, right? I mean, it hasn't been released, but knowing how EA is with their game development, I don't know. I mean, it could be a very good game. People are just saying because it's by EA, it's not going to be good. But I don't know. I mean, the game's at a reasonable price too, I think. So. Oh, we're having such a hard time trying to kill Vader. Am I the only one seeing this? But is that guy lagging? Or am I lagging? Yeah. I don't know, it's... like... This game was really fun.
Imperial leader on the ground. Not
Like,
zero.
near the, like, you know... I suck. Double suck.
AT-AT suffering major damage. She's not falling yet, but she needs our help.
I blew up him. Yeah, but I don't know. Knowing how EA is though, especially with games like this, hopefully it'll be good. Everyone left.
Checkpoint point reached. Walker passing the ravine.
You feel like it's not gonna be good? I mean, there is VR stuff to it. I mean, you can be so hopeful, right? Like, you want it to be good, but at the same time, I don't know. Like, I feel like, yeah, it'll maybe pick up traction for like a couple months or so, but after that, probably not. Is how I'm feeling. Like, I don't know. I mean, Star Wars Battlefront 2, when it first came out, it wasn't that great. Pay to win, like, all that stuff, but near the end of its cycle, I mean, DICE did manage to save the game, like, you know, a very great redemption, you know, and then they're like, okay, just kidding. That's basically... I don't know. We'll see in October when it comes out. In October, I feel like. In October, we'll see how it goes. Everything was broken. Yeah, that's true. They didn't really fix it until people really complained, and people really didn't really like it as much, I guess. I don't know. All I know is when I first played it, it was just like everyone's complaining, play to win, all that stuff. But at least they listened, right? So let's hope that, like, you know, at least EA listened and learned their lesson. I feel like if EA listens, they're bound to have a very good game and a good community at launch, but it's just, I think people just lost faith in EA because of Star Wars Battlefront 2. And people like, let's hope 5's making it. Yeah. The problem is that, like, people are complaining about how, you know, like, they gave us BB-8, BB-9, but not Ahsoka or like Captain Rex and all that stuff. So I don't know. Maybe they were in development, but I don't know. That's why there's mods for it, right? So. Oh my god, how many AT-STs do they have? I don't know. I actually, I didn't get the game because I was like, I'm gonna see how the responses are too for the game as well.
Some kind of special combatant on the ground.
So I didn't buy the game either yet. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, that's the thing though, like, people were saying, why didn't you add Ahsoka, or why didn't you add Captain Rex? I mean, we got BB-8, BB-9, that's it. I mean, there's so many other characters that they could have added, like Mace Windu, and like all that stuff as well. So, I know people are, I know a lot of people are pretty mad. god, I missed. That's why people are just modding. Just to get those skins, because
General Solo is here.
Walker absorbing damage.
that's why there's so many mods of Ahsoka and all those guys. Even, you know, Jin Urso.
Rocket on target. Walker
Uh
damaged.
oh. Yeah, might be game. Yeah, that's game. Where the heck is it?
Look at that! Unidentified ally on site.
It sucks that, you know,
We're too late.
excuse me, you can't really mod on Xbox or PS4. You can basically do it on only the PC. And at the same time, problem with PC right now is that there's just so many hackers, and you know, basically DICE doesn't really care. People just cheat all the time. They don't care. So there's that. So like basically, like, yeah, you'll be able to only mod on PC, and the problem is that, like, yeah, you'll have very fun on PC. It's a very big community, but at the same time, like, 9 out of 10 games, you'll probably have a cheater in your match, and it'll just ruin, you know, it'll just ruin your game. And then, you know, people don't want to play, and, you know, there's a burnout or whatever. But, like, yeah, once in a while, like, I'll probably just run into cheaters. DICE doesn't really do anything. I mean, like, yeah, they don't, EA doesn't really care. So it just sort of sucks for people on PC as well. Whereas console, it's like, there's, who's gonna cheat on console, right? But like PC, it's like, it's a free for all for everybody. I know like the PS4 community is very big in Star Wars Battlefront, so, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it just sometimes it just gets annoying on PC though. You have like a bunch of cheaters. But like, I don't know, recently there's been just a lot more. I don't know why. I think it's because game was on cheap or something.
Powering on invasion units.
Ah!
On Camino. The source of the Republic's clone troopers.
I'm sorry. I need a high chat. That's why I hate playing this game sometimes too. People just spam stuff like that. Oh my god. I need a high chat sometimes. Yeah, so you'll probably get people like that in PC as well, just saying racist shit. There's that as well. Ain't fun, but Okay, hold on. I need to like I need to hide the chat. I can't do it.
Archive accessed. Running slicing program.
It's half of the games I'll get people like that. But yeah, the only problem with this game too is that you'll have random people spamming that shit. Oh my goodness gracious, hold up. I'm gonna hide this. I'm literally just gonna hide chat. There you go. Yeah, so you'll get trolls like this in the game. Just saying like all these things.
Genetic archive corrupted and stored material now decaying. Prepare for phase 2.
Oh well.
Load
At least we still got the point,
protocols
so
and
that's
secure
worth
the
it, I guess.
pads for capture. We may then proceed toward our ultimate goal.
But yeah, I don't know. Game's fun. What the heck? First thing I spawn into is
Bosk has come to hunt the clones.
But yeah, do you still play it a lot though, or I know you just came back, but hold up.
West
Oh my
landing
god.
pad nearly secure. Efficiency rating rising.
What the hell? Wait, I think I just oh, they're over there. You play a lot, yeah? Now you must have a lot of maxed heroes then, right? Nope. Must have a lot of max characters and heroes, right? I'm like barely. Oh god. Shit, I almost spilt that. Fuck. Oh, you don't? Damn, really? Oh, you haven't done? Really? What's her highest level then?
We are getting bounty hunter support. Bosk is here.
Landing pad is vulnerable. Starting capture.
What the? Oh, come on, man. I'm still just trying to get a hero. Safe up, I guess.
Yoda has joined the clones.
Small at 45? Really? Oh yeah, because you just came back. How about wait. Ah, shit. How about your troopers? Right on Vanguard. Hey, it's triple XP today. You should play I know that specific days there's events, so you can yeah, because today's triple XP, and then reinforcement is, I think, yeah, and then heavy at 95. Okay, not bad. Well, you know what? Now that you're playing again, you can do the triple. You can do the events and stuff. Triple XP. Reinforcements are at only 100 on Thursdays, I think. I don't remember, but yeah. You know, it's something for you to think about. You know, if you want to grind some more of your heroes or cards and stuff. That's what I've been doing too. Or do co-op. Oh my, what? He's still shooting. Oh, I need to wait. What is my level? Dude, my high. Oh, I think my highest level is Obi-Wan. No, boss, and it's only 16. Hero, by the way.
Landing pads are secure. Remove enemy clones and make ready to march.
Heavy weapon here.
New capture points
Hero, by the way.
barracks and hangar.
Yeah, I don't. As you can tell, I don't play much heroes. I like to do the running and gunning. Oh, yeah, it's boss. I think Obi-Wan is my two highest heroes. Only heroes, actually. I guess it's something I'll learn eventually, playing as a Jedi or something. I mean, my Darth Maul is not that bad, but I think I just hack and slash is my way to go, and I lose Maul really quickly, or any Jedi in general, or Sith. Okay. Back down. Still lit. Oh my god. And yeah. Well, at least I got the hanger. Oh my goodness gracious. I need to go the other way. The problem with Kamino is that, like, there's so many choke points.
Where are they hiding?
I think they're stuck here. There's so many choke points on Kamino too. Oh my goodness gracious. Dude, there's so much nade spam coming out.
They're afraid of us.
Well, at least we still got it, whatever. I can get another hero! Yeah, okay, I'm not playing Aiden. Aiden in that choke point is like a death for me. I feel like at least with Bosk I can like nade, heal myself, rinse and repeat. Oh my god, I went. Oh, okay. But yeah, do you play a lot of? Oh god, do you play a lot of HVV or Supremacy or just or GA? Oh god. Okay, win. Shit. Co-op grinding? Yeah, I think co-op grinding is the way to go right now. So like I think today's Tuesday, right? So yeah, Tuesdays, just co-op grind, it's triple XP, so you'll probably get all of your cards all leveled up and get all your stuff, I guess. Oh god. The heck? Oh god, oh god. Have you played HVV though? Heroes vs. Villain? I mean, it's kind of fun when you play Heroes vs. Villain. Everyone's leaving this match back. We need to switch sides, I guess. We need to get this. Ah, I still got him! People, stop moving. Hello? Oh, fuck. My bad. Yeah, I got tossed in there. Oh, that choke point is so hard half the time, I feel like. Oh god, that was very bad. What time was it? Okay. But yeah, I think every Tuesday's triple XP, so it's really good to grind those dark cards or level up. I know some people want to get max level, which is 1,000. I don't think I'm nowhere near that. I'm barely like a level 200, even for an officer. Oh god, this is second phase 2. The second phase. Oh god. You watch Star Wars though? Like, are you excited for like the Bad Batch or like the Mandalorian? I just want to know where Baby Yoda comes from. That's all I want to know. Still playing. I need to see if I can't find him. I start watching it. Oh, which one? Mandalorian?
Command attack here. CC 2801. I'm confined to my regiment. Mino's under attack, and I need every last shiny ready to fight. My boys repelled the first separatist wave. There's more coming. They want to disable.
Or the season 7 of Clone Wars.
Take position. Do not let their slices access the archive. Go.
The movies and rewatching them. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Yeah, which one's your favorite one? I wanna know what your opinion is. Because every time I ask people about like what their favorite Star Wars is, I get like a lot of mixed responses. I'm just generally very, very curious. Four. Nice, 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 nice. So I'm presuming you don't like the sequels? The Disney ones? No? That's fair. But have you seen them though?
Current support online.
Oh man, this is so hard without chat. Not reading it. Oh, yeah, reading the right. Odd. Did you like them though? I know there's very mixed opinions, especially on The Last Jedi. I'm not sure how hardcore of a fan you are, so I know some just literally say that, you know, the trilogy's really the Disney trilogy's pretty bad. No? Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, I have like I have a variety of friends who generally just hate this Disney movies, or they literally love it. It's very, very mixed.
Those droids are following someone. Can't ID.
It's super mixed. Like, not gonna lie, like I went to go watch the last Skywalker opening night, and it was pretty busy. It was pretty busy.
No surprises.
The amount of people that actually showed up, like some people were dressed up too, is, I don't know, it's pretty cool. But I don't know. I have no issue with it. I like it, but I think it was just some characters were underused and stuff. But honestly, I think the Clone Wars, the TV series, is actually really good.
Got a problem. Droid flashing the archive.
Like, I still remember when it first came out, people were like, who's gonna watch this or something like that, and then bam, now everybody loves Ahsoka. Bam.
Save the next generation.
Like, I'm pretty sure you've seen the Clone Wars, like Star Wars Clone Wars, the movie, like the 3D one, like Ahsoka. People didn't like her at the beginning, and now they're like, oh my god. And you know who to thank for that? Dave Filoni. You know, I feel like he's led such a good team. Like, look at Mandalorian and stuff. Really good. So, I'm not sure if you've seen Mandalorian yet, but you should watch Mandalorian if you have the chance to. It's actually really good. It kills some time. And what's another good one? Yeah, Rogue One was actually really good too. Surprisingly. Out of like all the Disney movies, I think Rogue One was like really, really good. It's funny though, we never get to play Scarif on this one. Weird. There's like a Scarif map I've never played it before. Ever. which is so strange. Never play Scarif in GA ever. I don't know why. $35.
For the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, I can basically ramble on about Star Wars. Like, I grew up with it, so. Ooh, I went the wrong way. Whoop. There's definitely someone over here. Is he coming? Yep.
Setting up turret.
Oh, he actually already lost one. Shooting.
Junkyard defense is in bad
Stand
shape.
together.
Force them out. Make them earn every meter.
Ooh, that's a lot of people at the junkyard, actually. Oh my god, I'm starting to lag.
Grenade out.
Hello? My game's bugged. I think I'm lagging. I'm definitely lagging. Everything's just stuttering.
We stand together.
They're inside the cantina.
Keep them fighting. Keep them scared.
Auto guns ready. Grenade out.
Pretty quiet. Must be someone near the turret right to heal.
For the Rebel Alliance. Grenade, get down.
Oh wow, and there's someone here. Great, I have to run all the way back, I guess. Did I do it? Oh shit, bad idea, bad idea, bad idea.
We'll bring this empire
Bad idea, they're right
down.
behind me.
Grenade out.
It's always the Vanguard.
We're outnumbered in the junkyard.
Get over there now.
They have an AT, I think, pull up. Yeah, they have two people in the ATST, I guess.
Losing ground at the junkyard!
Commander Skywalker is here to aid us.
They'll take the cantina if we don't stop them.
How Make it again, you know? It's gonna be overtime though. Yes. This map's actually really fun.
Transport's ready to launch. Get aboard.
This map and Endor and Yavin are pretty much like the most favorite 3 maps to play. Cause this one's very open. But like, you'll have vehicles obviously. Do you like using the ATST? I know some people just hate people who use the vehicles. They're like ATST. Wait, I didn't even look at chat. I have it turned off, I forgot. Damn it. Not really? Oh, yeah. On this map, it's really good. Yeah, for Empire, if you're trying to, especially, I think, I mix my maps up. I think it's, for this map, it's really good to get the first 2 phases. And then I think for, excuse me, I think it's Endor with the turbo lasers. You know, the courtyard west, east. Really good to get the objectives, but obviously some people just don't like using vehicles. Let's see, Aiden, yeah. I think Bosk is my highest, 25, but shit. Kind of feels bad.
We've been alerted to an elite rebel cell operating out of Mos Eisley. They know we're coming. Rebel Alliance forces are helping them evacuate.
Which hero do you play a lot then? I guess it's Maul?
We'll secure the settlement and everyone
or
inside, point by
villains,
point,
I guess?
starting at the junkyard and
You have a preferred
civilian casualties
light
are
side hero?
unacceptable.
I know when I ask this, some people say BB-8. Because obviously, you know, like BB-8 into 1.
We're inside the cantina.
Oh, I'm surprised there's no one here. Hey, yeah, I'm definitely lagging. Dude, they're literally... Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god, they're just hiding on the back. Okay. Do you want to... Excuse me. Do you want to snipe, but... I think that's very risky. Hey! Oh, you got off? Hey, Trav. You get off? Oh, you did. How's it going? Wait, he doesn't see me, he doesn't see me. Wait. What? What? Oh, that's a double yikes. Okay, I'm not even gonna talk about that. I missed both. Oh yeah, you did get off, Trav. How's it going though? Did you enjoy those games we played? Lagging. I'm lagging really hard right now. First shot missed. Second shot missed.
Counting down.
Every shot missed. Hold up. Wink. Anti-fire. Wink.
Online and ready to fire.
We're in the junkyard, Colonel. Resistance under control.
Nice.
New squad leader arriving. Fall in.
The heck? Did you bait him? Oh shit, I hit the door. God damn it. Trav, why'd you get off? Oh god, it lags. Oh god.
The junkyard is fully secure.
I am
Squads proceed to
definitely
the
lagging.
cantina.
I can feel it.
Expect heavy fire.
Low internet connection. Well, we could play for another hour or so, I guess. Break it off. I'm definitely lagging.
Tracking rebel motion.
Warping everywhere.
Luke Skywalker is here. Vader should be informed.
I'm definitely not spawning there.
New turret online.
Yep. Keep dragging me.
The bounty hunter, Boba Fett, has joined us.
Well, I just got vanguarded again. That feels bad. Oh my god, I fucked up. Okay.
Some hotshot is deploying to assist. Don't know who.
Wait, it said we were on it though.
Rebel ships are launching. Our cordon has failed. All of us will answer for this defeat.
The heck? Hold up, I need to really check the report though. What? Here we right. We're on launch. Man, is this trustworthy? I need to look. Bit. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Man, should I even trust this if I click this on Discord? This looks sketchy as all. Huh. Twitterblissful.net. Okay, you want. Okay. Coming soon, everybody. Okay. Interesting. Maybe I'll give it a shot. If I don't get hacked, I don't know. Watching mod mail. What is this? Member rules. I don't even know what this does. Okay. Purple. Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, I don't get what this is actually. Why did I? Huh. Interesting. Oh, dude, I wasn't even in chat.
The Empire fell, and so will they.
They probably play for an hour or so, I guess. And then call it a day.
Throwing one.
Finding an assist for that one, man. I'm lagging! I'm like warping. Oh, this is not a good. I'm lagging. Come on, peek. Not the good kind of lag, too. Come on, peek. No, not here, my dude.
Unidentified First Order operative attacking.
Wait, who did I hit? My neck hurts.
Bomb disarmed! They resecured the turbo laser!
So laggy.
Firing the turbo laser.
Yeah, that's game.
Throwing grenade.
Oink.
We're out of time. All forces get out of there. Run!
What is? I don't have permission. What's the point? What's the point of having the thing then? I mean, none of us have permission. Oh, it's the back spots. Okay, okay, okay. Is this? I'm genuinely curious. I should have read this before I clicked this. Great. Oh. Let me just read it. Watching. Okay, that's just creepy. How many platforms are there? That's a buttload of platforms. So thing. Wait, why can I do this? On. How long? What? I just take it. Okay, what? Game, hello?
Ski speeder units, move in on that ATM-6 now. Artillery, help out or take out some ties.
Do it. Oh man, oh dang game. Nope. No, no. Yeah, my dude. We're both gonna get killed there, my dude.
ATM-6 weakened. Ski speeders, go. Artillery, fire away.
A charge resistance agent just landed.
Well.
down artillery units. Direct your fire on that walker. Walker moving in.
Scout report. A top enemy operative just landed.
Yikes.
Jamming sensors. Deploying grenade.
Dude, I thought my teammate stayed there with me. What the heck? He literally ran. I would have gotten him. Dude! Oh my goodness gracious. I'm gonna go far back. Dude, go away!
Headbucket Phasma just entered the fray.
Stop that ATM-6 before it gets to the base.
Running scramble.
Hi, I'm a dead man here. Ooh, made it out alive. Bye-bye. Oh, I actually got him. What the hell? Nice. Why are they so far back? Why are they so far back? Oh, well, wait, hold up.
Fall back. Those turrets are done. This fight's about to get up close and deadly.
Whatever. I made it!
The First Order moving in on a key position in the mine.
I made it, I made it, I made it, I made it.
Can't cede control.
Have a problem if I can anything like this. Pachoo, pachoo! Oh, dude, I'm about to hit my mic. that's nothing. I can see better now. Nope, I'm outie.
Going dark.
Keep them in front. I didn't even read what they were saying. Huh. One. Probably play this, I guess. Anti. Point. Point. Bottom over here.
We need backup in the mine hangar.
They're timing the deemer. They're timing the
Shit,
deemer.
Yeah,
shit.
we heard you.
Ah, Trav! Shit, I can't even tell. Hey, oh, thanks for the host, Trav. Dude, my thing's like bugged today. How's it going?
They're attempting to capture the hangar.
Dude, I was talking to you and then you didn't respond earlier. Why'd you leave though? Did you get bored? Games are boring. Yeah, a little bit. Not gonna lie, yeah, they were a bit. Are you gonna go to bed? Whatever. Yeah, game. I don't know. Earlier today it was a bit better, but I don't know.
Don't let them take the mine hangar.
It was a bit better, but I'm here now. Shit. That game is
Can't give up
yeah,
the
some
mine
games weren't
hangar.
that great, I guess. Yeah, at least I didn't get any cheaters today, I don't think. Maybe like
The mine hangar's a lost cause. Time to make a strategic
I guess
retreat
I
and
rated
regroup.
too. Hey Storm, how's it going? I don't know, some of the games like there was just cheaters and stuff, but I think that was only like one game. Oh god, wasn't that bad, but yeah, it was funny that I played against you though earlier. That was actually really fun. Going good. I'm doing good, Storm.
Don't give up. There's always
Went to
a
make
chance.
pizza as well, so I was like, I don't want to
Check
lose
the
more
power
brain cells
generators so we
tonight.
can seal the blast doors
Yeah,
and
that
cover
is
our
true. Sometimes I feel like, I don't know, lose some brain cells. I mean, maybe there's other game. Straight rushing you on it. Yeah, I realized that. I realized you were just rushing me, so I was like, eh. It's funny because like no one was paying attention to you half the time. Hey Storm, thanks for a follow. Mind if I just, dude, every time someone does that, my ears, my follow sound like literally bursts my ears. Yeah, but anyways, like even on that game, people were just ignoring you and like I don't know what they were doing. Oh, I should kill them.
of insurgents.
I don't know. And yeah, I realized. Yeah, but people were not paying attention to you. There were times like I think you rushed, but no one. People. Yeah.
This would have been good exercise for some of the
Shut up. Yeah, that's what it was happening on Endor. No one realized you were right behind us, even on the first, like even on the I think the first objective. I don't know. It was funny though, playing officer. That's why I asked if you were streaming.
arming auto gun. Follow me. Forward.
Talk to your enemy,
Because as soon as I saw that kill, I was like, yep. Oh, it's nice meeting you. Have a fun road trip and drive safe, my dude. Especially wherever you live. Drive safe and have fun on your road trip, dude.
Last door, 50% shut.
Yeah, like stuff like this, like people
Remember the
just.
general's words. Grenade ready.
I feel like sometimes people just don't. Like you'll have games where people are like playing the objective like really really good, and then you'll have people who don't know how to play the objective. I've had games like that, zero awareness about the objective, and then what the hell? Like Crate sometimes, like people don't know that you know you can take the rocket launchers. Oh shit. Oh my god! I wish you could. I only got like one cheater, I think, so hopefully. So. I guess they don't come out at night. It is 11 for me, so probably 1 for them. So, yeah. Oh, alright. I'm probably gonna head off later in a bit though too, so probably gonna raid someone else actually. I'm almost hitting 4 hours, so. But yeah, Travis, it was nice playing with you. We should play against some other. We should actually play together, not play against each other. But I think it's fun playing against each other too.
Fortifying
Resistance special operative arriving on site.
Generator disabled. Let's hope we don't lose the lights. Shield door almost shut.
Elite agent now arriving.
Count Doogie dare show himself as in Far Cry that's legal and shall be punished for that. Oh yeah, all green card, Leia. Oh, it's 1:08, yeah. For some people it's 1 AM, it's only 11 for me. West Coast. I mean, I don't know, so I've never seen hackers late at night, so maybe they're all just East Coast players. No, 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 no. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. Say 11:30 and then we gotta head off. What else are we doing right now? Yeah, sure. Load my brain today. 4 hours. I'm gonna pop in and say hi. Yeah, no worries, dude. I'll probably be lurking Travs when he streams. Because I like to, just, you know, taunt him with a BBTV emote. Do you, Storm, you play, right? I'm guessing you play too, right? Okay, depending on how long it is. And I shouldn't really keep you up so late, making you answer questions. I think you should just... I play Battlefront, yes. Oh, Xbox player? No worries, dude. You know, I was talking to someone who's actually an Xbox player as well. And, you know, it kind of sucks that, you know, there's no really crossplay or anything, but what can you do, right? But anyways, nice talking to you, Storm. You should go to bed, get some rest. I don't want to keep you up too late, especially if it's 1. Yeah, especially if it's 1 for you. I don't want you to be, like, dead tomorrow. If you're driving. So, yeah. Should, have a good 8 hours of sleep, I guess. Exactly. All right. Have a good night, buddy. I'm not sure if you have. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if you have BTV or Frankenstees, but that's a cute emote.
The staggering power of our ATM-6s will devastate their meager artillery and makeshift defenses. Then we will hunt them down in their holes like the low, scurrying vermin they are. Go now! Crush the resistance!
Later. Take care. Have fun. And stay safe, most of all. God. Don't follow me, don't follow me, don't follow me, don't follow me. Why is this guy following me? Everyone! Oh my god, they actually follow me. Oh my god, they actually followed me to the... Oh shit, I almost died. Yoink. Yoink. They all actually followed me.
The Resistance have employed ion disruptors to weaken that walker.
Oh my god. There's like a stack of them over there. Okay, once this leg's moved. Go forward. Oh, here's where the fun begins.
Ion disruption detected. Defend the ATM-6 while it recovers.
I saw someone else here. I can't believe everyone followed me. God. Wait. I scam. Go. Shit, I missed. Wait.
Ion disruption confirmed. Protect our ATM-6 from Resistance ambushers.
missed again. I hurt. Turn that. Oh, he was all the way over there. Damn it.
Our walker is temporarily exposed to enemy fire and requires your aid.
Yeah, I got him back. This map is so pretty. It is. This map is actually pretty. Very, very pretty.
Our walker is closing in on the enemy.
Special operative on site and taking
Jammy
point.
jam. It's not the greatest, but this will do for now, I guess. Hey.
An ATM-6 is vulnerable. Swat down these pests assailing it.
Eek. I missed. Again. Come on. Oh, I missed all those. What the hell? Wait. Still over there, though.
Our walker will reach them shortly.
This game can be. True.
Ion disruptors have disabled the walker. You must defend it.
Eek. Yeah. Oh shit. Ow. Got him. How am I still there? I haven't done anything but snipe.
Sensors indicate an ATM-6 has been rendered defenseless. Backup requested.
Oh, he's on that side. What should I do? I don't want to play hero yet. We're not there yet.
That traitor FN2187 has been spotted. Hunt him down.
Wait, what? I thought I hit him. I got him. No way, I thought I hit him. Wait, there's two of them. Whatever. Just this.
Push forward. Annihilate anything in our way. The traitor
Right as soon as I spawn, what the hell?
needs to be executed on the spot.
That's such a weird spawn then.
Capture squad, take
Why am I
position
so
in the mine hangar control zone.
Wait. Oh, I got that. The heck? I'll probably get a hero after this, I guess.
A special operative is deployed to the battlefield.
Capture squad, secure the hangar.
Okay. Wait. Oh, was that the person that got stuck? Oh my god, I'm lagging. Should be real after this, I guess.
I've got this.
Unidentified enemy leader landing.
Hangar occupation in progress. Alert! Hangar control
Oh,
interrupted.
rude. I was just gonna melee. I want melee only. I'll just place this right. Right.
Targeting hostile.
Mine hangar almost secure. We've driven back the resistance. Now's the time to quash them completely.
Oh wait, I'm actually surprised you didn't either.
Scanning soldier.
Man, why is this so laggy all this time?
Close in. Keep the resistance from sealing the blast doors by destroying the power consoles.
All forces, we have a special operative on site. Assist as needed.
Firing target. Go, go, go! Fire in the hole!
Oh my god, I threw that back at myself.
Assessing targets. Grenade ready.
We're kind of stuck between 4 heroes right now.
We have an ally on site, a special operative.
Whoever that is, move back.
Nice, nice, nice. Am I back? Nope, I'm dead. Oh, yep. Oh my god, literally just back and forth, tossed everywhere. Oh my god, I literally tossed that back at myself.
A resistance commander just landed. Bad idea.
Oh, I'm gonna lose some. We walk instead then. Wait, hold up. Which one is... I'm not even gonna hero.
Targeting hostile.
Captain Phasma has arrived to oversee the battle.
Firing target.
Oh my god, I fell. Whoops.
Finish this before they seal the door.
Blink.
Targeting the enemy.
Resistance commander landing.
The hell is still hitting me?
Clear for grenade.
Power generator down. Moving on.
Targeting the enemy.
Still gonna have enough.
Assessing targets.
New ally on site. The resistance should be afraid.
I'm getting hit back and forth, back and forth.
Shield door almost shut.
I don't know. Boss?
Who is my prey? Your sentry trees.
No, 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 no! I still can play one more game, I guess. I can still play one. I can probably, yeah, probably play one more game. Oh my god, that's funny. do it for us. Wait.
Calculating invasion plan. Accessing archive. Bypassing security programs.
You can do it. You can do it.
Grenade out. Wind or be deactivated. Grenade detected.
Dude, that's a lot of grenades.
Archive unlocking. Slicing sequence nearly
Landing
complete.
assault plan.
Is he? Wait. Here we got it.
Genetic archive corrupted and stored material now decaying. Prepare for phase 2.
Oh, how is it even possible?
Load desolation.
Upload the video. Hey, Carrot, dude. Oh yeah. I have it scheduled to upload, so I don't have to worry. So I don't have to forget about it. Dude, you're up so late? The heck? Like almost 2 for you, man.
A Jedi has been
How's it going? How's your night?
looks like
Morning.
Kenobi.
I was thinking about like posting on Reddit, but I was like, really good idea? I don't know. Because you know how Reddit is sometimes, like, I don't know, I don't want to be judged. Oh no, I'm still bored, so I watched you.
Like bathing in a lake of venom bites.
Activating strategic control circuits. Ready to capture the west landing pad.
Surprised, I'm like, I thought you went to bed, that's why you, that's why you weren't responding. that's why I thought. I was like, oh, must be his bedtime.
Grenade armed. Grenade out.
West landing pad approaching final lockdown.
Yeah, I'll probably upload it. It's scheduled to upload. I fell asleep, then woke up again. Dude, that's not good then. That means you're not gonna be able to whatchamacallit, sleep. If you fell asleep. Oh, wait, never mind. You went to bed already,
East
okay.
landing pad
I was gonna be like,
designated for
if
capture.
you had gone to sleep earlier and then like, you know, took a nap and stuff, then yeah, that would have been bad, but okay. Oh, you woke up again? Oof.
Activating turret. The Republic has a new ally.
Yeah, I was thinking about posting the video on Reddit as well, on the Battlefront Reddit, but I'm not sure though. But I'm definitely, it's already uploaded. I'm just waiting for it to schedule to upload on YouTube itself. Nothing. I was just chatting with a couple other people earlier too.
Landing pad secured
Just
within
about like the
1
game in general and
megacircle.
you know how fun or not fun, how fun or not fun the game is sometimes. But they went to bed as well because it's pretty late for everyone, I guess. You see him? I see him. 2 people coming. 2 people coming.
Is here to aid us.
He didn't even look. He didn't look.
Vulnerable. Starting
He didn't even look. What the hell? Oh, humans attack helicopters or aliens? Just other people, other streamers. But yeah, basically other humans. Humans. Attack helicopters. I don't think attack helicopters are coming back for now. Yeah, Lorenzo, no, I don't think he like watches, he just followed because of the video. which I'm fine with. Like, I'll probably drop it now and then. I don't mind. I don't judge. I'll probably be not playing Battlefront tomorrow. Like, I will be, but just like I'll be playing it, but just then I really can't think today. It's so late. What's the word called? I'll be playing Battlefront, but like playing something else later tomorrow or some stuff. But yeah, I will definitely upload the video. Do you think uploading on Reddit is a good idea? Because, like, I don't know, sometimes I feel like, yeah, uploading on Reddit is cool, but then, like, people are so harsh on Reddit. Playing, like, it's just some, like, stuff with friends. So I'm not doing the regular Battlefront, but I'm gonna be playing a bit of Valorant, I think. Just for, like, an hour or so, yeah. And then return, and then I'll be like playing Battlefront and then switching to Valorant. Just a heads up. Oh, you don't have Reddit? Yeah, see, I don't know, like sometimes people are very critical of what you do, like post on Reddit. That's the only thing. I'm like, I had very good, like, I either have very good experience with Reddit or very bad experience with Reddit. Oh my god, he actually pulled a me on me. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I have very good experience with Reddit, and sometimes I don't. So.
Barracks are vulnerable.
Just put it. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing with like a bunch of other like my friends and stuff, but like we sort of troll, so I don't know if you'll learn anything from us. But, I mean, we still get the kills and stuff. Oh my god, I'm dead here. Dude, I almost died. I was so busy. I was not paying attention to my game. I'm dead here. I'm so dead. I'm dead. Fuck me!
Beginning assault on the hangar.
Damn it, I lost. Oh my god, I lost. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe eventually they'll put Valorant on.
You want to reconsider your actions.
I don't know, maybe eventually Riot will put Valorant.
Securing the barracks.
You're pretty good at this game. Heck yeah. They call me. Make a second montage. Can I make a montage of all the good kills I have? Man, I could have had a hero already. That's such a feels bad. And then dude, yeah, then 2 times the fails. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Wait, have you seen this before? Hold on, let's see if I can do it. Have you seen that? Oh, dude. Have you seen that happen with your whatchamacallit? Have you seen that? Those things are so funny when it happens. I love the game when it's like that. I love the game when it's like that though. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I need to put a reminder. I had like a couple of really cool kills earlier. Let's see, great kill. Those are funny, right? Those are the funniest. Yeah, those are the funniest. I feel like that one's the funniest. Like I didn't even see the BB-8, so I just got hit. I'm just like dancing around everywhere. Okay, probably my last game, and then I'm gonna head off to bed. I'm almost hitting 4 hours. I mean, 5 hours. Holy moly. Yeah, I had that one and another one where it's just like weird dances and stuff, and it's like I don't That is for Karen took me. Dude, I actually woke up early today. I woke up at 10:30 today. Usually I wake up 1 p.m. 2 p.m. I know it's bad for like I said yesterday I was gonna have a good sleep schedule. No, it's never like that. You can only say you can do it, but what do you mean? Oh, it's up at 6? Damn, dude. That's like 4. Dude, I was up by then still in bed. 6 a.m. So 4 a.m. for me. Yeah, I was still up. I was watching YouTube videos in my bed.
Grenade out.
Enemies in the junkyard.
Yep, I was still up in bed watching the YouTube. No, I had to reload. Fuck. God damn it. Up at 6. Yeah, I was probably up in bed just watching YouTube videos, fails, stuff like that. Yeah, that's funny though. I really want to reach out to them. Then it did say the dumbest thing. I don't know if I should keep it on. Yep. But too bad it's not crossplay. But let me know how it goes. Like how you if you enjoy it or not. It's a weird game, but kind of fun. I suck at it. Don't worry. You're just probably playing against other people who've played the game a bit longer. Just keep playing. I guess. It doesn't hurt, First person. Oh, dude, it's okay if you suck right now. I mean, there's always room for improvement, right? You can learn type of stuff. Okay, my teammate literally aided for me. I don't know, like when I first started playing like video games like this, like I sucked. My sister showed me an FPS and I got hooked. And then, I just started playing more and more, but I don't know. You're probably just get queued up against like other people who already know how to play the game. Oh, it's okay. Plus, it's very, I don't know. I feel like sometimes it's okay if you said 2020 hashtag. What's it called?
Darth Vader is here.
I really, it's so late. I don't know what I can't think right now. It's okay if you said, I can't think right now. Dude, I can't think right now. What is it? Yeah, whatever. I don't remember. Forget it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, it's okay if it's up. You learn as you go. You want me to play as an Ewok? Oh god. I've actually killed someone as an Ewok before. I can play it next game. I can play it next game. Oh, fantastic. What's it called? Yeah, you're probably just playing against like people who've already played the game a lot, so it's okay right now. But you're probably like you're super young, so you're probably like, you know, you're young. You'll adapt quickly to the game, I guess. I'm gonna go for it. Really? Have you seen the man? Like sometimes we have like a bunch of us, like we go Ewoks, like just randoms, and we just like melee. I need to show you that. I need to find it later. I'll play the Ewok for you. We just melee people. Like 6 of us. Like it's just like 2 people or so, and we just like melee. Because they can't see you, right?
We'll cut them off at the cantina.
And like you're so hidden, they can't see you, so you can just melee them. I've killed a hero before with an Ewok. Surprisingly, I think it's 0. Actually, don't know.
Luke Skywalker has joined the battle.
Wait, the turret? Fuck. No, 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 no. Oh, dude, I was so close. Dude, I was so close to killing him. I was so close to killing him. Wait, hold up, hold up, hold up.
We're getting Jedi support.
No, 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 no.
Skywalker is here.
Dude, I was so, he's so low. Okay, well, I don't have enough. I have to wait. Okay, next time. Wait. Wait, dude, I've been trolling and I know Ewoks are really cute. Oh, well. I know Ewoks are very, very cute. Imagine if you see them in real life, though. Okay, well, I kind of trolled there. I don't have enough points right now.
Rebel Alliance.
I think we can hold on to this. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
They're taking the cantina, can't fight them.
Yeah, I have to find the clip later, but it's...
Enemy has taken the sector, but we have a fallback position.
Okay.
Begin a withdrawal.
I'll find it after I'm done this game, I guess. But like, if you have 3 or 4 couple of Ewoks just huddled together, you can just smash, like melee them, and they'll die.
Enemy elite on sight.
And if I killed that hero with a melee, oh, that would have been epic. I'm my 5th. I haven't really done anything with Palpatine. Palpatine. Imagine if the species of Ewoks are real.
I think I've got this.
Grenade out.
We actually killed it. Oh god, that's amazing. Oh wow, all the heroes actually died, which is actually pretty pog.
They got inside the auction house.
I would want to play it, but I had enough for a hero. But I kept dying. My neck really. It's not the best one. Yoink.
Turret ready.
Wow, they're not getting out that ATSD, I guess.
The Imperials have hired Boba Fett.
I'm just gonna keep dying. I really need to take this out. Hold up. Yoink. Surprising though, people don't take out the ATSDs. Like 2 rockets at the back, you can easily kill it. Or have your ion torpedoes. It's the... 2 shots to the back will like basically kill it if you have rockets. Yeah, that took it down, I guess. That.
Sweeping for targets.
Actually, I want to play what? Oh wait, hold on. Let me find it for you. Let me find that for you. Yes. Profile. Yeah, Vanguard. If you have the Vanguard kill streak too, so every if you kill someone, it'll refresh it. So. And pretty much go on a crazy streak and kill people. So glad. Yeah, it's basically like a one hit shotgun. Oh, I don't think I killed a hero with Ewok. No, it was oh, that was with the rocket. I think it was a trooper. It hurts my existence. Sometimes it doesn't hit though. I feel like even if you aim it at them, sometimes I feel like the hit detection is a little wonky and it doesn't hit. No. I feel, yeah, I don't know. It's the hit detection even for me, like your crosshairs are on the enemy, but it just doesn't hit for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, half the time I one-shotted. Was salty, I feel like. I think I got one shot at one time as a death trooper. So yeah, that's kind of a feels bad, man. Ooh. Yeah, this will be the last one. About 5 hours. Less sleep for real this time. Yeah. Have a good sleep, dude. It's okay when you wake up. I'll be like the stream will be off already, so don't worry. Unless I'm doing like 24 hours, which I'll never ever do. Ever. Good night, dude. Have a good sleep again. Take care and rest up. Need some rest, dude. Need more rest than me.
Cantina is open to capture.
We've been alerted to an elite rebel cell operating out of Mos Eisley. They know we're coming. Rebel Alliance forces are helping them evacuate, so expect heavy resistance. We'll secure the settlement and everyone inside, point by point, starting at the junkyard and cantina. Civilian casualties are acceptable.
Level 4. How the heck did I end up being on over here is my question. My thing's overheating. It has to be. There's no way this laggy. Oh my god. It has to be, right? There's no way this laggy. Oh, we're on the same team, we're on the same team, we're on the same team. Actually killed
This
him.
sector of the spaceport is secure. The rebels are retreating
Good
deeper
job,
into
turret.
the settlement. Maintain fire. Maintain pursuit. The rebels are trying to block us from the docks. That's where they're running to. Very well. We'll seize their rally points at the auction house and bazaar.
Anyone else
Then
in
go
there?
for the kill.
Signal from command. We have an elite operative on
I'm gonna be
site.
done after this.
We will claim triumph.
We're inside the bazaar. Resistance nominal.
Boink.
Maintain position.
Targeting the bazaar for capture.
Throwing.
The Emperor is now personally overseeing the battle.
Entering the bazaar.
What? Sheep! Sheep.
We've captured the bazaar.
Mother. Trying to play.
We have a direct
Hey
line
sheep,
to
how's
the
it
docks
going?
where the rebels
You
are
caught me at the
evacuating.
best time.
Annihilate all enemies close by and advance. Mos Eisley is under lockdown, but the rebels are boarding U-wing transports. If they escape, all of you will earn black marks for your failure. Rig those U-wings with explosives and end this
I'm okay, how are you?
operation.
I'm doing pretty good. How's it going? How's your how was your dinner with your friends and stuff, beer and all that stuff, you know? Good old Swedish stuff. How's all that? And how's RuneScape too? This guy. Oh. You're just gonna spam me up Coke. Yep, Coke. Dude, are we gonna celebrate 99 anytime soon? I haven't been playing RuneScape though. You just got back on Sunday? Nice. How was it though? How was your bus ride?
Current set.
Why is he shooting at me?
U-wing destruction imminent.
I would rather have a wank outside than go on that bus ride again. Dude, can't. Oh yeah, it's within Sweden. I was gonna be like, why can't you just fly there? Or take a train. Were you by yourself though? Yep. Oh. You're just gonna spam that now, are you? Are ya? Yep. Cock. And then we get a yep. I changed it because yep, Coke sounds way funnier.
Enemy commander landing. Be prepared.
But yeah, when are we gonna celebrate your 99 fire making? I want to be able to celebrate 99 with you. Your trains are not running, they're fixing the rails, flights are expensive. Damn, that sucks. Why? Why the heck?
Keep the rebels off those charges.
Yep. Yep. Expensive. Yep. 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 Can we get a yep? Oh my god, I got... Flights are expensive.
Transport destroyed. The rebels are dead or trapped in
Damn.
Mos Eisley.
6 hours on a bus. What'd you do, play RuneScape? Should I be done with end this? Okay, let me know. Then we can go party in RuneScape. I haven't played it as much because I've been grinding I've been grinding agility as well. I've been doing the Falador stuff. Then Grindor. Grindor. You know me so well. Dude, did you actually see Forsen though? Oh, do you like these new emotes? There is a grinder. Have you seen this? I changed it. I changed it. And then changed I did jammies as well. What else? I did this one. I don't know if it was Forsen CD. Oh. And then which one else did I do there? I did the bear one. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's Baby Yoda. Oh, it was probably him then, right? What else do I have? I have this one, the bear one. I'll probably play one more, and gonna head off to bed. But yeah, spam chat. Chat. But this one, I love this one. You see that Doc tweet? Recent? The recent one? He sent it to me. Hold up. Doc tweet. Doctor. You linked it yesterday. Yeah, then I already saw it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that one already. I thought you meant like Doc had tweeted out something. I was like, I... This is what I need when I play Outlast. I know, it's actually really funny. No! Yep. I don't know. One more and that's it, I guess. No. Okay, wait, hold up. If this is the last one, if this is like the only game, I'm probably gonna just go to sleep. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna give it a couple seconds. If not, I'm gonna go to sleep. Force and TD. Sheet, when are you gonna stream again? So we can do the rave party. Like super late. Wait. When I get 99F, oh my god. Hey, that won't be bad. I'm gonna see if I can host someone if I can't find another game. I'm going up like 5 hours. Let me just see. 99 fire rate. Well, I mean that's only like what? How many kill counts are you at? 300? Okay, that far, right? Look at this person. Oh. Trying to see who else I can hope. Yeah. What is this? What is this? Alright. How many more KC? Yeah, I think you told me 97, yeah. But how much more like just KC right now? What's your kill count? Oh, right. I depends if I solo or not. Dude, you got a pet? Oh wait, you didn't get a pet. 282. Yeah, so if you solo, you're probably like 350 or so, right? Dude, I thought you got a pet. Yeah, 300 or so, right? Yeah. I was like, man, if you got a pet, I was like, damn, dude. I'm like, dude, I thought you actually got a pet. I was gonna say, I was like, damn. 5 tomes? How much is a tome again? 250 pages. Would be cool with the pet, not gonna lie. Yeah, it took me like 1,000, nearly 1 mil. You got a free 5 mil right there. How about pages? Pages are 20k, right? And took me like forever just to get a pet. So there's that. Have you seen my room? Sheep? Actually, no, I'm not gonna show you that. Actually, never mind. Take that back. Dude, I am so exhausted right now. Hold on. I need to find someone. Yeah, I mean, for me. No, I haven't. Room tour? Oh, God. Room tour. Hold up. Room tour, hold up. How are you gonna get a room tour? Room tour, right? Hold up. Hold up. Dude, room tour or Riot? Nah, no room tour. We'll do a room tour some other time. I'm dead. No, no room tour. Are you gonna get okay, Sheep, how are you gonna get a room tour? Okay, Sheep, hold up, Sheep. How are we gonna get a room tour if how am I gonna do a room tour? My webcam's like right here. Hold up. Let me turn on the light. Room tour. What do you want to see, Sheep? Hold What do you want to see? What do you want to see, sheep? What do you want to see? Whoops, wrong button. Not nudes. Oh my god, dude. Hold up. Video capture source, webcam. Not nudes. Well, here you go. Here's your room tour. Let me just change this to just chatting. I don't get banned. Here's your room tour. There you go. Here's your room tour. Any questions? No? Okay. Moving on. Dude. 10 out of 10 room. There you go. We're done with the room tour. We're done. I'm like so dead. I think my hair is greasy even though I took a shower. Okay, anyways. I think I need to go to sleep. I think I really need to go to sleep. Or I'm gonna go crazy. Just woke up. God damn it, sheep. Hey, sheep, what did you clip? What did you clip? Okay, I'm Forest Room Tour 2020. Flip it, trip it. Just woke up. Dude, what time is it? What do you want to see though? What is there to see? 8:20. Damn, I don't even wake up. What do you want to see? You want to see the mess over here? You want to see this shelf over here? Okay, let me just change this to just chatting. So Star Wars Battlefront as chatting. You want to see this? This masterpiece right here? The fan's still on. God. I'm so exhausted right now. My work of art at the back. Or RuneScape Bank. Hold up. On the hardcore. Not bad actually. Dude, those U logs. No, I mean those U logs are gonna help you, right? Um. Yeah. Anyways, got my shelf, shelf, right, shelf, right. Got my Iron Man stuff, model, minions, some Game of Thrones stuff down there, and some more stuff down there. Jersey with my name, hockey jersey, a work of art at the back, somewhere over here. OnlyFans. No, I'm sorry, I don't have an OnlyFans. Even if I do, I'm not gonna tell you. What else? I got my Finn. I got some Star Wars stuff up there. Obviously you see, some artwork. So Finn. Morty from Rick and Morty painting. Hold up. How do I even show you this? My Ratchet table. There's another table there with another computer there, tablet, and phone. Yeah, there you go. There's your 10 out of 10. There's nothing there. I don't sleep here. I can actually sleep here. It's a bed, but I don't sleep here. What else is here? I don't know. I don't know what else is there. I don't know. All my headphones. I mean headset. My mic. Hey, look. It's been. Got a shelf here. I gotta make sure I don't show you like bad stuff. Shelf right there. So I got like my VR headset. Laptops over there. I got my 3 laptops, 1 VR. No, I'm just kidding. What else is there? Yeah, that's it. I was gonna do the meme, but no, I just no, I just haven't brought the Coke down yet. I just haven't brought the Coke down yet. What else do you want to know? What else do you want? I can sleep here, but I just don't. My bed's in the other room. Yep, Coke. What else? What else? What else? Can't really show you that. That has my name on it, so I don't want you to know my name. But, yeah. Other computers right there. So I have one computer on this table, and then another computer right next to me. I don't like stuff. What else is there? I got a big ass monkey right here, sitting there. So not creepy at all, but that's there. I don't know what else is here. I don't know what else to show in here. I have a painting of a bear over there, just looking at me. I have a painting right there, staring at me over there. Not really weird at all, but it's just on. So like that's my collection. You motherfucker. So AC. So I got my collection there. Obviously my other computer's right there. The bear's over there. More Funkos. Star Wars stuff, Marvel stuff, this stuff, Minions, Game of Thrones, like jack shit over there. Yes, not the joke, man. Motherfucker. Do not post that. I'm about to cook down. What else? What else? I have a measuring tape. I don't know what else. I don't know what else I can show you. I have a tablet here. So I have a tablet here just for me. I really wish the tablet was like a stream deck, but it's not. What else? What else do you want to know, Pete? What else? Here's there. Alright, yeah. Check. What is? What? Oh my! I'm not. I almost said it. I almost said it. I almost said it. You almost baited me into saying it, but I didn't. I'm smart. I don't get baited into those things. You almost made me say it. What else do you want to see? And there's nothing really anything else. It's what? 12:27. So you only have me for like 3 or 4 more minutes before I really need to go to sleep. What else do you want to see? What else is here? Closet. You don't really want closet. Not thirsty. Coke. Never mind. I know you're gonna clip that, so I'm not gonna say that. Another shelf there. Picture. I don't know. Coke bottle. Got a hockey stick. Chocolate. What is this? Can I click that? What is this? Safe link? Okay, thank God. Yeah, okay. You can't trick me, you know that, right? You can't trick me, right? Because it has an ad, so I can see it. It has an ad, so I can see it. I didn't have an ad blocker on. Okay. Feels bad. Okay, what else do you want to see? Nothing? Yeah, fix this though. Getting hotter and hotter as I move. My face is getting red. Okay. Good? Good? I'm dead. Oh, let's host them. Okay, go to sleep. Hold up. I'm gonna actually host them. Change the fact. Okay, anyways. Cheat. You have a good sleep. I am dead tired, actually. We'll play RuneScape now. Dude, you made me spend an extra 15 minutes showing you basically nothing. You debated me into showing. Oh, you're funny. You are funny. Wait, hold up. Let me just see who I can host though. Okay, Pro Debater. Yep. Pro. Okay. Let me see who I'm gonna host. Yeah, I'm gonna host this person. Anyways, have a good morning, sheep. I'll probably be up like super late because it's gonna be an extra 15. So yeah, anyways, I'm gonna head to bed. It's 12:30. I'll see you in like 10 hours, 8 hours or so, I guess. Anyways, bye.